Hey, my name's Ethonra, and welcome back to Destiny 2 Beyond Light. I apologize in advance. I'm not feeling... never mind, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so I actually was doing the mission, which involved getting data bits or some such thing from the Vex. I was going to start when I was midway through that. I was like, nah, let me at least get that out of the way. They don't need to see that. It's super boring. And of course, because I didn't do that, Ghost is going to go and speak up. And it wasn't just a random thing. He was talking about the darkness again. And unfortunately, I don't remember exactly what he said. I remember the gist of it, but not the entire thing. So first, I'm going to see if getting close to the mission will trigger the dialogue again. And if it doesn't, I'll just give you the lowdown of what he said. I didn't expect him to say anything until I at least started the mission. That didn't happen. I wasn't even this close. I was nowhere near this, and he still said what he said, so I guess he's not going to say it now. Yeah, of course not. Well, anyway, the gist of what he said was that he supports what I'm doing, but he believes I'm going about it the wrong way. I swear, man, it's like trying to shoot a gnat out of the air. Anyway, he supports what I'm doing, but he feels I'm going about it the wrong way.
This complex, Praxis built it himself. It's a little hacky. Cover me and I'll see what I can find out.
Because Aramis thought she was doing the right thing as well by embracing the darkness. 1 second.
Allied Elixni flee from the European city. Many threats stand in their way. The Guardian can help, yes?
Another really annoying thing is the mission I had picked up after Ghost had said that involved killing Vex. But now mine is ability kill, so whatever. So yeah, look at Aramis. She thought she was doing the right thing as well by relying on the darkness. And you see how far she has fallen. And obviously Ghost doesn't want that to happen to me, or my guardian I should say, and says that he'd never forgive himself if something like that had happened. So unfortunately, you know, can't be like, remember what Ghost said there, but that's pretty much what he said. So try to remember it anyway. He feels I'm not going about this the right way because he doesn't want me to rely on the darkness, because the darkness, by very nature of being darkness, corrupts. Just ask anyone who lives in PvP, they will agree with me hands down. So you can see why Ghost is a bit concerned. Validly concerned. Oh yeah, and another thing that happened was I did one of those patrols, not patrols, events, the ones that involved shooting those itty bitty things out of the sky, and I was right. You do have to kill those things in order to turn it into a heroic event. Thankfully I had some blueberries there that helped me out. Ready for you. It is awfully nice of them to let my melee ability count as an ability. It doesn't have to be charged melee. So that's very nice. Considering this is Bungie, you would think they'd make the grind harder by making normal melee attacks not count, but nope, they were being merciful. Also, it's been a while since I've done this, so I don't really remember what all to do besides shoot that, but I can't, because that barrier is there. Ghost is still working on this one, and I've killed so many Vex, it feels like it should be done by now. I was also going to say eventually a blueberry will show up. They tend to populate here. And I've explained this before, but I'll say it again, because I mean, let's be honest here, it's not like every single person watches every stream that I do, and every little thing. The reason why I call them blueberries is because you look on the map, and it kind of goes over to other games I play. I might call them blueberries just out of habit, but it started with Destiny. I call them blueberries because if you look at the map, you see that little blue dot? Well, I say map, radar. That blue dot is a random player. He's a blueberry. Because blue circle, blueberry. So that's where that name comes from. So, anytime you hear me say blueberry, I'm talking about random players that might come along and help me out. I could have swore we were supposed to shoot them. Either I'm thinking of something else, or they changed it, or it really has been that long, or I'm thinking of a different, or I'm thinking of something like a event. It definitely brings to mind, I almost said Palace of Glass, the Vault of Glass. Palace of Glass sounds kind of neat though. I was thinking of Final Fantasy XIV at the exact same time, and for whatever reason, Palace of the Dead popped in my head when I was trying to say Vault of Glass. So before I started my stream, I'm so used to doing it, I don't bother really paying attention. It gave me the option to do it on, I almost said Twitter, Twitch. And ordinarily, honestly, I probably would. But there's a slight problem about that. That is, well, I have a computer now, but I don't really know how to use it. I'm not a computer person. Maybe I'll have to look into it. The Oracle is exposed. How about that? What did I just say? Damn, I forgot about that. Yeah, the thing's invincible until it does this annoying thing. I decided not to jump.
Looks
I
like
knew it wasn't that
Praxis
high off
found
the
out we're
ground.
trying to shut down his conflicts. He sent a servitor to protect it.
And those are from Prison of Elders. That's what happens if you walk into one. And you can shoot them. You can even shoot them before they pop out of the ground.
Got a signal off of that downed servitor. I know where we can find Praxis.
So yeah, with Twitch, I honestly would probably stream on Twitch if it would work like YouTube, in the sense that all I have to do is stream, and then when I finish it's uploaded. Or there was a way for me to upload it to YouTube, but as far as I can tell, there isn't one. You have to do it manually. Let me finish this first, just for some easy experience. Alright. So yeah, I probably would actually do it on Twitch, because I know Twitch seems to have a bigger audience. People are more likely to go watch a Twitch stream as opposed to a YouTube stream. Not to mention, I don't expect it to happen because I don't feel I'm actually good enough, but there would be a higher chance that someone would, I don't know, donate $1 on Twitch than they would YouTube, that kind of thing. I did try streaming on Twitch once, Final Fantasy 15. I fought the Adamantoise, which was too bad because it was actually one of my better fights. But when I finished, not only did it... Hold on, because I think they're about to talk.
Aramis met Praxis in prison, yes? Oh, each day they spoke through the walls of their cells, dreaming of a new world. His research gave Elixni the ability to draw power from the splinters. Be careful.
Right.
Interlopers, murderers, extraneous variables. But perhaps I can make use of you. Your kind make compelling test subjects.
As I was saying, before I get into this, so yeah, Final Fantasy 15 Adamantoise. It was actually one of my better fights with that thing. I really do need to go back and fight it again because there's a particular summon I'm trying to do. Virtually everyone and their mother has seen it by now, but I said I would do it, and I really should keep that, provided, of course, I'm still here. But anyway, it was one of my better fights. I was very proud of it, and when I went to go try to see if it was on my Twitch, not only was it not there, it also, I mean, obviously it's not there, so I couldn't anyway. I mean, maybe I could have. I'll have to go back. It's been so long. But either or, it was there, and I couldn't upload it to YouTube because I didn't have the means to do it at the time. Or I went back later if it straight up was not there. And of course, if it wasn't there, there's nothing I could do. So ever since then, I've not streamed on Twitch.
Let us run a test. Initiating defense protocol near side.
But if I could get Twitch to work the way I want it to work, and if my inexorable fate wasn't approaching, I probably would look into it. Also, you might have heard that little noise. If you ever play this game, keep an ear out for that noise. That means I was going to say prime, but that's not always the case. A legendary / prime engram has dropped. The postmaster will always pick those up, provided your postmaster isn't full, which it never should be. But just something to keep in mind. If you hear that sound, you definitely want to look for the source, especially if it happens to drop you a weapon you can use immediately. Or armor. That reminds me of something else I wanted to say the other day. Is I mentioned, because of my own ineptitude, I accidentally deleted my Stronger Hunter with all her good stuff. That also obviously means I deleted the armor as well, and I had some really good rolls on my armor. Ones that are going to be next to impossible to replicate.
No. Troubling. Embarrassing. I must keep this from Aramis. The data must be clean.
Kind of funny he says that, being a scientist, researcher kind of guy. The data must be clean. Come on, man, it wasn't that funny. As I was saying, the fact that he's, well, I guess it's funny in an ironic sense, the data must be clean. In that case, would you not want data for this? It's kind of like if you're making, just spitballing, a anti-Guardian weapon. Would you not want the data of the Guardian destroying your stuff to use in your anti-Guardian weapon, as opposed to getting rid of it and then trying to build your weapon anyway, just for it to fail? See what I mean? His comment kind of ridiculous unless he's talking about something else, but from what it sounds like, the data must be clean just simply means Aramis has to believe that whatever it is I'm doing works. Can't have the Guardian winning, the Guardian has to be dead. Oh, there's something else I noticed. I'm not sure if it applies to these, but I have seen green and red appear to be male. You can tell by the obvious, and then also looking at their hands. While again, the female exos, again, obvious, but also looking at their hands. And the female ones always seem to be this yellow color, while the men can be red or green. I just found that kind of interesting. Little tidbit. Oh yes, of course. And then there's the ones that aren't painted, but I think those are only males. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Nope. There's a female one right there. Okay. So I guess when they're painted, that's like their assigned duty, because it seems like those are research looking colors. You know what I mean? You got yellow, green, and red. Like, it reminds me of another game. I think it was like red is medical, green is technology, and then yellow is something else. Combat? I don't know. This makes me think of that. They're painted a certain color, so that's their assigned roles. This one looks brown. I haven't seen a brown one. And looking at the hands, see, I didn't even have to really look that hard. Just look at their fingers. The females have their fingers painted, I guess, as opposed to their nails, you know, because they don't have any. Yeah, see, these are the same color, but look at the hands, and then of course the obvious. It's a very small thing, but it's really interesting that theirs are painted and theirs aren't. I don't know. I can't shrug my shoulders in game. I don't have the emote for it. And that's an example I was just telling you about. You can destroy them before they pop. Alright, now you ain't getting me again. Another reason I forgot, I've said this before. It is true. They do not always beep. I promise you that. But something I kind of forgot. Because I can hear it when they're talking, but some of the sound effects are muffled because I have this huge headset on, as opposed to my cheap comes with the PlayStation 4 earbuds. So the sounds are a little bit muffled, so if one is sneaking up on me and it is beeping and I don't make any effort to move, it's because I didn't hear it, because my hearing is a bit impaired. Like, I can hear that just fine. That's a circle. I'm gonna save my heavy ammo for as long as I can, because I remember this boss fight. This one was really hard by myself. It was even harder than the last one.
This is where your golden age Kel built you. Trivial tinkering. I will elevate it.
Hey, that's a secret.
Is it strange to see this place, Guardian? Elixni are haunted by what we have lost. But we are not forced to walk the ruins of our former life, as you are.
Man, I'm so down in the dumps right now, this is barely affecting me. Unfortunately, trip mines don't care about my feelings. I know you don't. Yeah, there we go. I want to try shooting one without being close enough for it to blow my face off. I was going to mention that earlier, but I was going to wait till I had a good example. That was one. The lighting in this place is kind of intense. It's almost like blinding fog. I literally could not see that vandal till it shot me. Speaking of which... Oh, that reminds me of another thing I wanted to mention. I honestly don't remember if I said this last stream or if I meant to say it. Also, I need to finish that exotic armor thing.
The others did not come this far. You are an outlier, aberrant, but I can account for you.
This is kind of like a test fight of how this fight goes. You destroy that, remove this little barrier. Honestly, didn't think he'd run away, but that's fine. Thankfully, it caused an explosion. So first, I guess I'll finish the exotic armor thing. So I had really good rolls on my Celestial Nighthawk, shards of Galahord or something. My Orpheus rigs were really good. I hate I lost those. They were super good. They pretty much made me stay as a Night Stalker because of just how good the roll was on them. And of course the overall ability that they do could potentially, I don't know, I say potentially, but it's not like I've tested it, but it seems like it does more damage than my Celestial Nighthawk shot if I nailed every single knock or loose of the Void Arrow with the Orpheus rigs. It seems like overall it does more damage. It's kind of hard to tell, but it was a really good roll, and I hate I don't have it no more. Yeah, that's enough of that. So the other thing I wanted to say, don't know if I said this last stream or not, is I did the Devil's Run. I don't even remember what it's called anymore. I used to. It was the official first strike of Destiny 1. And they made it much, much harder as a Nightfall, especially heroic and upwards. And the boss music, just see through here, the boss music that plays is a remake of the original boss music that plays in Destiny 1. And not only does it sound really good, it sounds better, but it instantly puts me in the mind of Doom 2016, Doom Eternal kind of Doom, because it is rocking hard. It's a really good theme. Should give it a listen if you get the chance. If you play this, do the Nightfall. I don't care what difficulty you do. It's none of my business. Won't affect me. But you should at least do yourself a favor and listen to that music. It made me want to play my Titan. It put me in the mood to play some Doom, which is another stream I need to finish. Devil May Cry 4, I technically finished that stream, but I wasn't happy with it, so I deleted some of it. I need to go back and do that as well. But I need to practice first. I used to play that game religiously on the PlayStation 3 back when I dreamed of doing YouTube. So I had a lot of practice in it there. It's not as good as some of the other YouTubers that play. I'm not even sure if I linked their accounts like I said I would. Or if I did, I deleted it when I deleted the videos I wasn't happy about. But anyway, they play that game ridiculously good. I don't know if it's because it's a combination of just the way they play, or they play with automatic, something I don't do, by the way. In addition to having I have a custom control setup. I don't use the default one. Like, to shoot for me is square, and normal attack is X, and style action is triangle, that kind of thing. Okay, so this is the boss fight. It's going to be just like that last room, but there's going to be mobs, ads everywhere. Now, the reason why this one was harder is because, one, again, ads, and two, is because...
not permit errors, so I will not fail.
There we go. Yeah, it didn't even give me an option to break out of that one, so I guess that one is timed. Yeah, so ads everywhere, they hit really hard. He's obnoxiously tossing those grenades. Or they did hit hard. I'm talking about when I did this the first couple of times, way back when. They hit really hard, and it's very easy to fall off. I don't think it's happened to me. I know it has not happened to me on the final boss fight, where it's kind of similar to this. But I know for a fact, if I get hit by a ice grenade in midair while jumping over these chasms, it's essentially instant death, because I won't be able to break out of it before I die. or not die, but so much as plummet, which is what's going to kill me. Again, I don't think that's happened to me before, but it's something I avoided like the plague, so I knew it could happen. Also, he loves to be right on your... He loves to be right on top of you. So, again, if you're near an edge and he happens to sneak up on you, he will do a shockwave and just send you flying. Matter of fact, I bet you anything, that's him right there. See? He's fast, too. There's that annoying grenade. I think it's the dust fog grenade. Once they wanted me to do PvP to start unlocking stuff, I was like, nah, that's enough for me. Plus, I prefer my solar class anyway. But yeah, I believe it's the dust fog grenade that kind of sucks you in. So, just so you know how I am, because I said something, of course it's going to happen. I'm going to have to concentrate here to make sure I don't end up like that guy.
Let me see your tiny servitor. I will take it apart.
Yeah, that's for you. That was kind of cool. I know it didn't, but it looked like, because I got that solar explosion kill, it kind of helped negate the dust fog grenade. Let me just stay here in case I get hit by that. Because I didn't want to risk jumping into it and then falling. Come on, taking all this damage. Because I can't move. It's a cutscene. Okay, man, that's ridiculous. Then again, this is Bungie, so even though it's not surprising in the least, it is annoying.
Barracks, Praxis is down. We're finishing up here.
Good. Without Phylax and Praxis, Aramis will grow reckless, careless. Without her counsel, she is weak. She will struggle to control this new dark power.
Perfect time for us to strike. Guardian, we should get back to camp with this splinter. The stranger will be waiting.
Yeah, I was going to try to beat it there, but I forgot. It doesn't let me. And it's not going to plot me there. Something else I should mention about the Nightfall this week, the Devil's Ruin? I don't know.
Praxis and Phylax are dead. We must retaliate! Atrax. Critus and I can handle this. Return to the crypt and prepare the body.
Aramis, we must take pause. These powers are not what we expected. I, too, am impatient. But there is wisdom in caution.
Caution? Look caution has earned us. Our enemy exploits our weakness. Now we must act. I will give these Guardians the destruction they crave.
It's kind of too bad about Aramis. Let me say this, though, before I forget, because they're going to interrupt me here in a second, so let me see what happens. But it comes down to what Aramis had said. I talked to my friend Blue about it, and we had different speculations on what it meant. I tried to hint on her that I told you so when we were doing the raid together, but she didn't pick up on it. Okay. Hold on, because I don't know if there's a chest here I'm supposed to get. If it is, I'll get it if it's close enough, and if I have to look for it, I'll just come back for it later. Yeah, I'll have to look for it. I believe I know where they are. Even if I don't, I'll just do it in my spare time, so it's not that big of a deal. I just have to remember that it's there. And yeah, the Vanguard have kind of showed up because, you see, they got out of Dodge. And the frames are here. I don't think these are red jacks, not just because they're not obviously red, but Shax isn't here. Shax is in charge of the red jacks. These are frames.
Guardian.
This is kind of weird.
I don't even know where to begin. It seems every day I know less and less. But that's not why I came here. The Vanguard has been watching Aramis, and I have important intel for you. You've clearly disrupted Aramis's plans. Vanguard scouts report that she's fled to the Cosmodrome, perhaps to loot the remains of the old House Devil's hideouts. Her plan is unclear, but I believe she's getting desperate. Go to Earth. Find out what her next move is. And Guardian, I understand what you're doing, fighting fire with fire. But the darkness is not our friend. The darkness caused the collapse. By all accounts, it seeks to cause another. Don't let it lead you away from the light. The city needs you. I need you. For now, do what you must for the good of humanity. But don't lose sight of who you are.
Before I do that, let me see if I can do this. It's funny Zavala said all that too, because I'm always up for strikes and PvE stuff. So it's nice to hear that he says he needs me, since I'm not in there in the Crucible. Speaking of, if only those PvPers listened. It does indeed seek to bring about a collapse. I don't know if it meant to collapse the Crucible, but that's what happens when the darkness is involved. You don't really know what you're gonna get. So I was saying what Aramis, again, I was trying to tell Blue about it. I didn't just straight up say it. I was dropping hints. Either they were too poor or she just wasn't focusing. But the hints I was trying to tell her was, I told you so, because my theory was, originally, when Aramis said, prepare the body, I thought she was talking about, I'm just making sure he's not here. I figure I know where he is. He's only ever in one spot. Wow, this is gonna suck. Well, not really. It's just lame I have to do this. Yep, it's actually going to make me do it. Alright, fine. I guess I'll make the stream longer so it's not all bad. So Schism is the part of the Guardian Rising questline, introduction to being a new Guardian. I've done this many times because I make so many different characters. Hopefully this will be for the last time, I guess, until I make a Warlock. But anyway, thankfully you don't have to do the entire thing, just the beginning part, which I obviously didn't do because I just wanted to jump straight into everything else. But as I was saying, the hint I was trying to tell her, I told you so, was my original theory about what Aramis said about preparing the body. Was I thought... Hold on a second.
There's a weapon in that locker. Probably an upgrade for you. Grab it and head to my location.
Actually, let me wait here because he's going to talk a lot. My theory was the body she was talking about was actually for her. That she was going to have her mind digitized into a fallen exo. I knew that was going to be a thing because what else could it possibly be? So that was the I told you so part of what I was trying to get Blue to understand. So I figured it would be Aramis. It just makes the most sense. And honestly, I wish it was because I kind of liked her character. She's not like the Scorn, which also are kind of fallen, but they hate everything related to the Traveler, including the Traveler itself, to the point where they torture servitors because they look like the Traveler, in addition to servitors are what help Fallen alive, and the Scorn torture them. So there's some interesting things there, but with Aramis, she pretty much did the same thing, but she doesn't so much as, well, I guess she does hate them, but it's more like she's accepted the darkness as her new god, even though we were called god-dependent by one of her little followers. She said, we're god-dependent, but so is she. If you consider the Traveler a god, you have to consider the darkness a god as well. They're dependent on it just as we are, so that's kind of funny. Again, the dialogue not really matching what's going on. But anyway, it turns out the exo body is not for Aramis at all. It's for someone we've dealt with many times. I'm not gonna tell you who it is for the sake of, I'm almost hesitant to say spoilers because almost everyone knows who it is now.
I'll scan for signals from my jump ship. I need you to be my eyes on the ground.
But in the off chance people are new and want to get into it or starting for the first time.
Something's causing interference. My scanner's shot. We might be doing this the old-fashioned way.
Analyzing. I've got a source for the interference. Let's check it out.
I love how the blueberry dot... I forgot that important NPCs are also blue. But anywho, blueberry dot is right there on the radar, but you see there's nothing here. Whatever could that mean? But yeah, all I'll say is that the body, unfortunately, is related to a fallen mercenary.
Get the fallen off that thing.
And he is resilient as hell. I can't even... You know what? Let's see. How many times have we killed the fallen? Technically, he's even died before we fought him.
Get me closer to that antenna.
Cade killed him. So let me think for a second how many times we've had to kill him. So first is Cade.
Stolen city tech has been spliced in here. That's scrambling your scans.
Fallen can't resist tinkering with old scrap.
They're certainly skilled at it. This will take a minute to fix.
Then we kill him on the moon. Then...
Hold them off while I work on this.
I believe he comes back as a nightmare. It's not technically him, so I guess I won't count that like physically, like soul, will kind of thing. It's not him. It's just a shadowy imitation. So by that standards, it doesn't count. But gameplay-wise, it does. So, eh. And then
signal restored.
He comes back yet
Our
again.
signals are missing.
And the deep
Last
stone
locations
crypt.
are nowhere near each other. They wouldn't
Matter
split
of fact, I
up
think I'm
unless
actually
things got
forgetting
real
a time he
bad.
comes back. I
I'll
might
track
be
Cass.
missing one.
You find Maeve. Sending coordinates now.
I think I'm missing one. I'm not sure, but yeah, he refuses to die. I think he's finally dead now. I don't know, maybe. Every single time we think we kill him, he just keeps coming back.
Myths say the Fallen once lived in the Traveler's Grace, but something happened. The Traveler left them, and that brought ruin to their civilization. They've come all this way chasing what they lost, hoping to get it back, or take it from us.
Oh yeah, forgot about all this. Well, I didn't so much as forget, I just forgot this part is this kind of long, but it's fine. Like I said, you don't have to do the entire thing, just this opening part, and it won't take long at all. Plus, I guess it'll allow people who have never done this, to see it. Because it is definitely different than original Destiny 1. And even Destiny 1, I believe, changed it up after a while, or at least Destiny 2 did.
Or keep something in. There's worse than dregs in old Russia.
Let's check out the control unit. This is locked down with adaptive encryption. We'll need access keys to bypass it. The Fallen salvagers might have some.
Unfortunately, I don't remember what I was saying, besides this won't take long. Oh,
that's
now
one
I do.
key. We need 2 more.
I was going to say, the Fallen Mercenary, it kind of makes me wonder what it'd be like if the Fanatic got a hold of him. I think it would actually make him less dangerous, but yeah, it would definitely make him less dangerous. Because the Fanatic himself is literally immortal. We still haven't technically dealt with him, as far as I know. He even has a strike dedicated to him. And he basically says, I'm not dead, I'm coming back, and we haven't heard a peep from him. It would also be very interesting, and I'm almost willing to bet, that it's going to be the Fanatic that blows the cover of Crow. There's no reason why the Fanatic wouldn't recognize him. The Crow won't recognize the Fanatic, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see what that interaction is like. So, fun thing about this is, while you're holding objects like these, I would highly recommend, in addition to just normally running and jumping, sliding, double jumping, if you're a Titan, you definitely just want to use your lift and one of these, something like that, to get around. Because it's much faster to just do this than just run. Plus, when you're doing that, it counts as an attack, so it's a good way to cover ground and keep yourself somewhat protected. Obviously, be careful around explosive units like Exploder Shanks or Curse Thrall, because the last thing you want, excuse me a second, the last thing you want is to accidentally melee one of them. That was cool. Kind of like I dodged it. Yeah, get out of here. That's normally how the attack looks. Also, before I was even saying that, I was saying that this is obviously different than Destiny 1 beginning.
That's all the keys we need. I should be able to break the encryption now.
But as I mentioned in my Red War stream, even the Red War was different. You can't do the Red War beginning anymore, because I don't want to say it's no longer canon. That's obviously not true, because we're dealing with the Cabal again and they do reference it, but it's more like your Guardian specifically didn't participate in the Red War. It's like in Destiny 1 where they were talking about Twilight Gap. It obviously happened, but our Guardian wasn't there when it happened, so it's fascinating how that works out now.
Shaw, you were right about this barrier. The Fallen were keeping the Hive at bay.
The Maeve is in more trouble than I thought. You need to hurry.
I don't know how Maeve got through all of this, especially since Maeve is apparently a Titan. Must be some really wide vents or something.
This is a powerful surge of arc energy. Whatever's causing it, even transmats won't get through right now. Hive contact. Darkness is suffocating my light. Guardian, I can't bring you back if you die here.
So, fun thing about that is it's not, from a lore perspective, funnily enough, is true, but gameplay-wise it obviously isn't, because instant death in Destiny
Maeve signal is just ahead.
would not be a good idea.
No.
Yep, there was Maeve.
There may still be light left in her ghost. Shaw, I'm sorry. We were too late.
I was too. Cass, I couldn't get to him in time.
There was a hive wizard, a powerful one. We tried.
This isn't on you. You did what you could.
We have the remains of her ghost.
She'd appreciate that. You should just head to camp before that wizard comes back.
Alright, two things. One, in Destiny 1, I'm pretty sure, there used to be a chest here that had a rocket launcher in it. So whenever I start a new character, I always make sure to grab that. And two, is, I'm sorry that that little bar on the bottom was on screen. I was just going to leave it there, but they were talking and subtitles, so I figured I should get rid of it. But the tutorial in this part is hell of aggressive. It literally will not stop until you do what it tells you to do. Like if it says, hey, you know you can fast travel, right? It will literally pop up every second until you do it. Like right there, now it's on the top of the screen for whatever reason. But it seriously will not go away until you do it. And you really don't have a choice because I believe I am locked in this room. Or there was another one I was doing. I can't remember what tutorial it was trying to tell me to do. But I went through majority of the strike, or activity, whatever it was, not doing what it told me, and it literally did not go away until I did it, or obviously until you go into orbit, whichever comes first.
Watch yourself. Vandal snipers in the area.
I'm gonna go help out with this real quick. So this one is actually very easy to make a heroic, and make sure I don't stand in it. You need, no, I was gonna say you need to destroy a little, I'm not exactly sure what it is. It's some kind of miniature glimmer engine or something. And when you destroy it, it will, well, you have to destroy 3 of them. I'm not sure if we've already failed making this heroic or not, but I'm going to try to make it heroic and hope for the best. Typically, I'm able to destroy it before they kill the enemies, which of course makes it disappear. But it's that thing right there. Somehow my rocket completely missed. Thankfully, the cluster bombs hit it, but it's a little comfort. There we go. Yes, that crap right there reminds me of something else. So I was mentioning in the, I want to say Devil's Ruin strike, especially the Nightfall, you need to be exceedingly careful because I believe basically Arc Burn and Solar Burn are on. So you take increased damage from Solar and Arc energies, and those skiffs have arcs, arc turrets.
20
they hurt a lot
in range.
when you
We've
get hit
got
by
hostiles in the area.
like just
Coordinates
normally.
marked.
And I kid you not, if your resilience is low enough, they'll just straight up one-shot you. Like they'll just fly in, you won't even know they're there, and you'll just explode, and you won't be sure why until you see the kill feed. There we go, we made it heroic. So either you don't need to do all three, or he's going to want to move, or, yeah, or the blueberries thankfully killed the first one. I was going to get this chest afterwards, but it seems someone already opened it, so I need to get it before it disappears. Hopefully the rest of them got it too. Cool. Alright, let's finally see what Shaw wants, and then we can get back to what we want to do.
Together, Guardian.
Sure. Da 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 da. Pause it when you can.
Even the light has limits. Sometimes you don't come back. That hive you saw was a powerful wizard named Navota. Didn't expect to run into something that strong, and I wasn't prepared. Now it's too late. Maven Cass knew the risks. Best way to honor them is to finish the job. There's a Golden Age relic, a superconductor, in a sealed chamber nearby. Vanguard says we can make a weapon out of it. Problem is, the superconductor is overflowing with arc energy. Can't even get near the place, much less break the lock. We need to find a solution, and something tells me our fallen neighbors know a thing or two about the infrastructure here. These were my fire team's assignments. They're yours now. Go shake the tree, we'll see what falls out.
Alright, so I was trying to remember what it was exactly I wanted to mention about Sean. Or not Sean, Shaw. Besides his charmingly big nose. And when I looked at him again, I remember what it is now. It's this right here. The young Arkarm spine. I get why you would want your hunter NPC to have this, because it's very hunter-esque. You're literally wearing bones. Crow is not fond of this. But anyway, the reason why this is a bad idea is because from a lore perspective, the bones are haunted, for a lack of better words.
Sounds good.
I'll just do these in my spare time or while I'm playing. So it's really curious that he would keep them, that they would intentionally, willingly give Sean a haunted exotic like that.
Even the light has limits.
I know.
Sometimes you don't come back.
Oh, right. Speaking of that, I might as well go and explain what I was saying earlier. So, about the darkness.
Tech is lost or broken, but you Exos.
The darkness area he was talking about. Or not him, Ghost. When he said that, you know, if you die here, I can't bring you back. Funny thing about that, apparently the darkness influence is so powerful that, much like how very few things in the universe can kill a Guardian permanently, for now. Or I should say originally, because back when Warframe and Destiny weren't officially going at each other, the fan base definitely was, and Warframes far and away are stronger than any Guardian. It's not that difficult at all for a Warframe to kill a Guardian. So I feel, personally, that they had to change it up to make Guardians not seem as fragile as they are. Because outside of their armor and I guess exos, they're not that much different than a regular human. You shoot them in the head with a high enough caliber bullet, they are going to die. It's that simple. And of course, with the ghosts just hanging around, you kill the ghost, you kill the Guardian, that's it. So they changed it, I swear it's a retcon, because it was not originally so, that only darkness-esque creatures and weapons can kill a ghost. So, allegedly, even though ghosts can be bashed, taken apart, and shot at, case in point, if you think of the cutscene with Sagira, Traveler, Rest Her Circuitry, where she was shot by a... it definitely couldn't have been a Minotaur, because those things use torch hammers. I believe she was shot by a goblin with a regular slap rifle, which... I can't remember what the slap rifle shoots. Like, I think it's just solar energy.
Supply vectors towards the city as clear as possible across hostile territory. I've marked targets of opportunity that can use your attention.
I don't think it's anything ridiculous. Like the torch hammer is supposedly shooting radiation, just straight up radiation. And hive boomers are shooting dead stars, the radiation of dead stars or something insane like that. I think a slap rifle is just regular solar damage, like just regular fire turned into bullets. So if that was enough to damage Sagira and shut her down, even though it didn't kill her, it did shut her down. And by all intents and purposes, if Osiris had died, he'd essentially still be dead, especially if Sagira wasn't found. So for all intents and purposes, fine. If only darkness-related things can kill a ghost, fine. But if you can essentially put one in a coma and then you kill their guardian just as easily as any other being, any other mortal creature, what difference does it really make? See what I'm saying? So I feel they retconned it just to make it so guardians sound a little bit more powerful. Because, again, a Warframe, though not invincible, or not completely anyway, their main thing is that, especially in cases like Umbra, I'm 100% certain Umbra could kill any Guardian, especially if he gets pissed off enough. So, in order to prevent that, I believe they retconned it to make it so that only Guardians, only Darkness can kill ghosts. But again, if just about anything can put a ghost into a coma, what difference does it truly make? Because I am 100% certain the ghost that... I'm messing up talking because I'm trying to do 5 things at once. When the marksman shot Sundance, which was Cade's ghost, I swear that that shot was just regular void damage. That's it. But I think, again, they retconned it to where the Scorn somehow got their hands on Hive ammunition, and then the marksman used that to kill Cade's ghost, which would explain why Cade's ghost died. I don't know. I mean, they officially said that's what happens, but sure, if you say so. But, I mean, if you have the power to retcon things, I think as fans, you yourself have the power to deny such retconning, but that's just me. There's also something kind of neat about this Fallen's name. I saw it, but I just didn't comment on it because I got all this other things going on. And I really hate how the Ghost does stuff like this. It's been like this since Destiny 1. It's so bad. But it'll tell you to go one way, you go that way, and then it'll turn around and be like, no, not that way, that way. And granted, it could be because I just went too fast, but I promise you it's not always like that. You could be traveling completely normally, think you're going the right way, and then the ghost is like, nah, it's actually over there.
Varix, we figured out what Aramis was doing in the Cosmodrome. It's the House of Devils, or what's left of them. She called for reinforcements.
Of course.
Right up the chute.
The devils will follow Aramis's every command. And there are many left yet.
We've tracked them to an old factory.
Do not allow them to reach Europa.
We're on it.
They say these are the House of Devils, but I could have swore the House of Devils mark was red. I mean, in fact, I know it was. I don't know why these are purple. At least these are supposed to be like Aramis has fallen, but they're in here and the game is calling them devils. Because every house has a specific color. Like the House of Wolves was blue. The House of Judgment is green. I think there's one that's like, I can't remember the official name because it's not even like an official house, I guess. But it's like the House of Outcasts or something like that. I believe their flag is black. The House of Devils was undeniably red. The House of Kings was yellow gold, basically. So I don't know why these are purple. I haven't really been paying attention, because if you don't look, you won't notice. So these, gameplay-wise, these are most likely Aramis is falling, but for the sake of the story, they're supposed to be House of Devils. That's my guess. Or maybe I missed the lore bit, and it explains why the House of Devils are purple now instead of red. Because Saint 14, if you read his lore, is very good as well. He's a real cool character. You actually have to go out of your way to not like him. He's that likable. He goes on a crusade against the Fallen, and for every fallen house he had taken down, or the tail of the fallen house, I should say, they shot up fireworks that matched their color. And the very last house he took down before he disappeared and died, really, in the Infinite Forest was the House of Devils. And they very clearly stated that it was a red firework. Red flare. So, I don't know. It's really not even worth racking your brain over that. It's just me being the nitpicker that I am. I can't help but notice these small things. Like that one looks like his was white. Oh yeah, and then there's House Salvation. House Salvation, I think, is supposed to be Aramis's house. Maybe they're the purple ones. Yep, it is Aramis's house. I remember that. House Salvation belongs to Aramis. House of Light is one not Aramis, Varix is working for. I don't think he's officially a part of it. I think he's still House Judgment, even though he's like the only one. But the House of Light gets mentioned a little bit, indirectly at least, in you know, funny, as soon as I pressed my super button, that happened. I was just going to use my gun, but then that happened. Also, real funny thing, maybe not funny to you, but the reason why I prefer my solar powers over my stasis powers is because, one, I find my solar powers to be generally more useful. Being able to get my super back faster is obviously the biggest part of that. Practice makes perfect, and knock them down are excellent, because I love using hand cannons. It's literally the weapon that got me hooked on Destiny, because there was no other game that had hand cannons, and I love pistols and revolvers, so that was kind of written in the stars to be so. Well, that's also why I like Way of the Sharpshooter as opposed to Outlaw. So that's also why I prefer that over Stasis. Not to say that I don't see the benefits of Stasis, especially since, as far as the game is concerned, right now, it is literally the most powerful class in the game. But anyway, I said all that to say the actual reason why I don't care for Stasis is because I absolutely despise their base melee attack. It reminds me of Archstrider, which I also don't like. Because their base melee attack is just a punch. I'm going to get real hunter on you here. Their base melee attack is a punch. We are hunters. We use knives. Knives. There's even a special animation when you hit someone with a knife. To be fair, a special animation for the other two, but especially so in Destiny 1. Knife. Not fist. Knife. If you wanted to give
Varix,
Stasis,
Aramis was planning on flooding Europa with spider tanks. We've dealt with the ones in charge.
rooms buzz with chatter. Word of your success has already reached Europa. Aramis is most unpleased. She intends to react with another set of reinforcements. The Vex.
The Vex? How?
Europa holds yet another dark secret. A portal built by Clovis Bray, leading directly to the Vex. Aramis intends to activate it.
Then she needs to be stopped. We're
I was trying to see if their house marks are the same. I don't think they are. That one's a pretty good view, but this one not so much. And from looking at this to this, they are very obviously different. But I just wanted to be sure. Okay, cool. We get to go to a strike. This should be fun. I remember my Blueberry Party actually had trouble with this one. I, of course, didn't, because I tried to stick to the back and see what's going on as opposed to just rushing recklessly. Matter of fact, I found a very good spot to pretty much take care of any issues. The only time it's an actual problem is if you're doing it and it has something like Blackout and Void Burn or something like that, because the Minotaurs, being Minotaurs, have very aggressive teleports. So if one decides to sight you and you are not aware of it, the next thing you know, you're taking a metal claw to the back of your skull and it'll probably kill you. So that's pretty much the only downside to what I'm going to show you when we get there. But beyond that, it's not that bad. Also, I've been wanting to say this. I was waiting for the right time, but I kept getting distracted. I like how that last fallen officer we killed was named whatever, the Adamantine. And earlier I was talking about Final Fantasy 15 when I fought the Adamantoise. Kind of funny. But back to Stasis. Yeah, I despise their melee attack. If it wasn't for that, I probably would play the class a little bit more and not have to worry about the crushing guilt of people judging me, because I'll be using it in PvP, not PvE, not PvP. But anyway, if you wanted to give it a unique melee animation, and here's just a perfect one, because I'm pretty sure Warlock's definitely is, and so is Titans now I think about it. So Hunters actually got the short end of the stick here. What they should have done for the melee attack, instead of being a freaking punch when we are Hunters, it should have made it so we do a, what's the best way to explain it? Like a frozen crystalline shard or an ice dagger a la Team Fortress 2 Spy as a stab attack. Like it looked like the normal knife, just crystal, and then when you hit someone with it, it'll actually shatter and break, and then it'll do whatever the effect is. I think that would have been a much better melee. But what do I know? If I actually was in charge, no one would listen anyway. Also, be careful here. I don't bother doing it, but there's a way to get your sparrow up here.
Hello, Pawn. It's no surprise to find you here.
Aramis, you must not do this. Do you not care for our people?
Far more than you know, traitor.
To be fair, Varix is a traitor. I mean, not just to the Fallen, but you can like kind of forgive that, because at least he came to our side. But I mean traitor in the sense that not only did he betray the Fallen, he betrayed us when he let Cade get killed. Or I shouldn't say he let him get killed, but his actions led to Cade being killed. Which something, as far as I know, we still haven't gotten retribution for. But, you know, I've been trying to save this for my stream, so who knows, maybe we finally do. Or maybe I missed the opportunity to do it in the past season or two. I don't know. But yeah, Varix really is a traitor to both sides. He's on our side right now, and in general, I believe he does want to do the greater good. but when he betrayed the reef and released the prisoners of the prison of elders, it said that he pretty much announced himself as being the Kell of Kells, and we saw how well that worked out for Skolas. I don't know if he's changed his ways since then, but announcing yourself as the Jesus of the Fallen does not sound like something an ally would do.
Tell me, Varix, was it not you that tortured and murdered Elixni in the prison of elders?
Varix is...
A hypocrite? Yes. At least here they die for a cause.
Yeah, see? And I like that dialogue there. That's not one of those like, oh my god. I just thought of a really good and bad dialogue to compare that to. All I'm going to say is Borderlands 3. I'm not even talking about the rightfully hype behind that game. I'm just going to say Borderlands 3, and little girl blames everyone for a certain character's death when that character's death was 100% her fault. That dialogue was atrocious. The game developers just wanted us to be on her side because reasons, when in actuality it is 100% that girl's fault.
Monster, if you do this.
I'm no monster. What I do for the future of our people.
Open that portal, and you kill them all.
Many will die, yes, but more shall live.
As I was saying, that's even more good dialogue. While with Aramis, you at least see the logic in her argument and why, from her perspective, she sees herself being right, because she is. She has the ability to make the judgment call, something not most humans, real-life people can do, let alone video game characters, where she acknowledges, yeah, there's going to be some death. She's not even like, oh, you know, nah, that's not going to happen, everything's going to be fine. No, she's being realistic, like, yes, they're going to die. Many are going to die. But if I have to kill millions to save billions, so be it. And those villains are always interesting. Her dialogue makes sense. You can understand her logic, as opposed to the little girl from Borderlands 3.
Our world died, Varix. Do you recall? We were absolutely powerless to stop it. I tried everything to put it behind me, to move on. But in my head, I could not silence the collective cries of our injured and dying. But then, darkness presented itself, and I took it. Finally, Varix. Finally, I felt I could do something. So go ahead. Call me a monster, but do not doubt that what I do for the future of our people.
See what I mean? Aramis is such an interesting character. Her lifespan, I was going to say her shelf life, but yeah, lifespan works too. It's more accurate, really. I was just trying to be sarcastic. Anyway, she's not here for very long, and it's a crying shame because she's such an interesting character, as opposed to Skolas. Skolas was interesting too, to be fair, but at least he kind of got a proper send-off. Like, first you deal with him in the story, then you actually deal with him in the Prison of Elders. Kind of like a mini raid situation. So at least he got that. Aramis, once she's gone, she's gone. Unless the body really is gonna have more to it than what I thought.
But this is different. The darkness pervades her mind and spirit.
We'll stop her, Varix. We have to.
Was that Aramis? I didn't even have a good chance to look. I saw like the collar and it looked like Aramis, but I didn't have a good look. That was kind of cool. Because ordinarily in the regular strike, or if that was her, she's not there. But yeah, as I was saying, unless the body really does refer to something else, like the Deepstone Crypt raid, I would say expanded, but that's not technically I guess it's not technically possible because it kind of gets destroyed. I don't know. I guess she really is gone for good. I just wish she wasn't. I wanted a bit more. Because another thing about Aramis, you could feel she's one of those villains, in addition to being able to make the judgment call. She feels like one of those villains where if things were different, you could feel y'all would have been friends. Because at the end of the day, she does want to save her people, even if it means relying on darkness. Because she knows if she doesn't, they're just going to tear themselves apart. There's going to be another skull loss, where one greedy mofo who feels they have the right to lead despite lacking the ability, they just go through fear and murder. That's pretty much all that awaits the Fallen. That and being pirates. They're never going to get the Traveler back. They're pretty much going to be hunted to extinction. If all other Guardians took up a crusade, like Saint 14 did, or if Saint 14 just straight up picked up his crusade again, I sincerely doubt the Fallen will survive that a second time. So, again, you get where he's coming from. Such a good villain. Then again, this, like I said, this is Bungie we're talking about, so no surprise they would waste such a well-written villain on just the story, and then she's gone forever. But whatever.
This time, I made you into one of my own.
There she is!
Now the blood of the Vex flows across Europa as it did long ago. It will be your end.
Yeah, she's also, like I said, not here at all in the normal strike, so all that was unique. I want to say I might have mentioned this in a stream. Either I didn't, or I'm thinking of when I was playing with Blue. I'm not sure, but I love how there's literally a mini Hydra right there. Because if you remember in my stream before Beyond Light came out, I found this ghost explanation that talked about mini Hydras being a thing, and that's literally one. I'll try to get a closer look at it. Yeah. Actually, I might be wrong. Now that I'm pretty sure I'm right. It's not mini, like a little bit bigger than a Guardian or a Minotaur-sized Hydra. It's not that, but it does look smaller than a regular Hydra. Just like the other one is definitely bigger than a regular Hydra. So, my little strategy here, in general, is... First, let me make this thing get out of here. The small one obviously does less damage than the big one, but the small one has the advantage of being able to go in between these... I don't even know the word I want to use here. I don't want to say maze, because that's not what they are, though it does put you in the mind of one. Coves, caves, whatever. Hideouts, call it what you want. Shelter. It can go in here, but what I do is I like to hang out pretty much right here, or go over here to take care of the ads, specifically the wyverns, because they're hella dangerous if they get on top of you inside the shelter. And then when the bosses are out, I just use them for cover in general. Like, it's a really good area. To me, it's better than the other one, because there are Vex milk pits you can fall into. And I think it's also smaller. So that one gives you more room, no pits, more cover. Just, in general, I feel it's the better side. Might as well show you. Yep. See, before I even get in here good, we run right back into it. But yeah, let me at least show you. So, see, you have to deal with all of this if you come in here. And in retrospect, now that I'm like thinking out loud, this also might not be that bad. It might actually be a good idea to come on this side if you're doing the blackout void burn thing. I think, because the Minotaurs, like I said, they'll sneak up on you if you let them. So to help prevent that, you could go to that side, and then as long as the Minotaurs cannot warp over the Vex Milk, they'll just stop their assault and then try to go around, if not just give up in general. So in that case, it might be a good idea to be on that side, but I don't know if the Minotaurs will act that way. I've never bothered to test it. I just kill them. Oh yeah, Blue also loves this strike, and honestly, I don't blame her. This is a good strike, unlike the Corrupted, which is undeniably the worst strike in the game. I hate that strike. Alright, Bigums is down. Right between the spines of his back, really. There. And Small Fry's down. Yeah, he's definitely smaller than a regular Hydra. That was a good chance for me to look at its, like, head. It was definitely smaller than normal.
Wait! Where is all that radiolarian fluid going?
Aramis, what have you done?
Oh yeah, might I also add that in the Devil's Ruin strike, I got the Shadow Price. This was my first drop from it. Very satisfied.
Ours was a world of prosperity and peace, not unlike your golden age. We worshipped the great machine, but fate intervened. With it came a whirlwind of destruction. In the chaos, the great machine fled, abandoning us all. Aramis, like most, was left consumed with rage. In the wake of loss, Aramis rebuilt a life, found new family. One forged from anger. Aramis saw only destruction of that which abandoned us. Varric's fears for Elixir lives. At the command of Aramis, they will meet their end. We all do. We must all make choices. Aramis chose herself over her people. If Aramis is to succeed, the great machine and all who follow it will meet their end. In darkness, there is only one truth. Death.
Love that little cinematic. That's a great one. One of my favorites. Also, this is unrelated, but I figure I should mention it now, and I'll try to remember to mention it in my Final Fantasy stream, which I'm obviously going to do if I'm still around. It's just I'm working on the resistance weapon, and I want to finish it first before I pick up the story, because I'm already so far behind. So I just want to do that first, and then I'll resume the stream. But I'll get into what brought that up in a second, because I mentioned things that I love and that I hate, and the things going on with the ghost and that thing, I said something like, oh, hold on.
Pawn. In another life, we may have been allies.
What did I just say?
But instead, you put us at odds. So I have no choice but to use darkness to rip, shred, and tear through every single one of your kind.
We won't let you.
Right. You know my memory is absolute garbage, so I promise you that was not set up. I literally forgot Aramis said that. I only said that we could have been friends because that's the personality she gives. I could tell if she was fighting for the Guardian cause, we would be allies. She has that drive. It's obvious. So, that's pretty cool. She said that when she said that. So yeah, let me focus a little bit, try to take care of this. I remember what I said.
Thanks
It's about Final
to my
Fantasy.
supply caches. Not out of need, but love of destruction. Please, destroy them for Verix.
Hit these freaking things. Yep, that really sucks. Okay, so the Final Fantasy thing, it's kind of funny. I don't remember who said it, but I do remember one person complained about how the Resistance weapons relic is too easy, and I half jokingly said to my FC when I told them that I should have shot the person who said that. I should have shot them for saying that the new Resistance weapon is so easy to get. That was before the phase we are in right now. So I hope that person that I should have shot is happy, because not only are they harder to get, it's more grindy. It's one of those be careful what you wish for things. It's kind of funny how, and this is also going off on another tangent, the world pretty much turned away from teaching old life lessons that will generally help society and life as a whole, like willpower. No one talks about willpower anymore, hence why no one has any anymore. But one such lesson is, like I said, be careful what you wish for. You want the relic? You think the relic? I'm just going to call it relic just for convenience sake, and since the first iteration of it was a relic. If you think getting the relic is too easy right now, then well, guess what, bucko? They made it harder. And I use hard kind of funnily because it's not necessarily hard, but it's tedious, especially if you're a tank. I can't tell you how many times I've had people just run straight ahead and aggro something. Like, I get it, you're in a hurry. We all are, believe it or not. But I still at least try to wait. I at least try to wait until most of the alliance is there. Like, if it's only me and my alliance out of like the 24 people that are there, so if 8 out of 24 people are the only ones not in a cutscene, I am not going to aggro the boss. Kind of aggravates me when people accuse me of doing things like that. Like the other day, I'm not going to tell you too much about this, but the other day, maybe 2 days ago, and why it kind of put me in a bad mood is that I was doing, what raid was it? I can see it in my head, but I'm having trouble remembering the name. Not the Royal City, I don't think. I think it's the one after that. The Lighthouse, that's what it is. I was like, I remember the last boss, I think it's Yazmat, I think that's what his name is. I remember now, it's the Lighthouse. So, the Lighthouse had majority new people in it, right? So, what I did as the main tank, mind you, so in the middle of keeping aggro, fighting on a controller, and texting advice on how to do the fights, like I'd say something like, I keep it really brief and short. Ads, sprint if you need to when we're doing the computation phase, things like that. So during that entire thing, no one said anything. Not a thank you, not a friendly emote, nothing. So get this, get to the last boss, Yazmat, and I wait till majority of the raid is there, and then I pull. And this one guy, Dr. whatever the hell, gets on my ass for it. He's like, oh, you shouldn't have pulled, you damn potato, something like that. Actually, no, that's exactly what he said, damn potato. That didn't really bother me. I'm more professional than that. I'm not going to let it get to me. As far as that is concerned, it just aggravated me, because I'm like, dude, you can just watch it in the ends. He's like, nah, that was rude. Now, I did have like one or two other people stand up for me, like, you know, it's not that big of a deal. They get to see the cutscene. We're fighting the boss. It's not like that. And of course, I didn't have time to explain to his thick head that what I'm doing is only beneficial for everybody. For example, if we got people who are new to the cutscene, as I said, I'm not going to pull if majority of people are not ready. Those are like 2 or 3 people were in the cutscenes. And remember, I said this to him too. Well, I was, but again, not enough time. I'm the main tank, alright? My healers are ready. That's all that matters, because I know this fight. I know the whole raid. I was coaching people through it. I know what's going to happen before it happens. I even called out when ads were showing up before they showed up, so people would be ready. I know what I'm doing. So if I'm main tanking and my healers are ready and I pull, I know what I'm doing. The ad phase is not for a long while, so it's not like, oh, you pulled, now our tank isn't ready and our healers are gonna get aggro. The humanity, the potato-anity. I know what I'm doing. So it really bugs me when people try to tell me how to do my job. Like, yes, I get it. I use macros. I don't use rotations. Guess what? I still get the job done. I know what I'm doing.
I've written to Zavala and Ikora to convince them of our cause. They're wary, of course. But I believe we can pry open even their closed-off minds. We must, if we're to stand a chance against what's to come. Osiris has done much to pave our way. Many do not reject his ideas as they once did. I sent a message to him as well, though I doubt he read it. I'd rather not contemplate as to why.
You know me, kid. I've been getting ready for the end since the day I was born. Then Stranger here came around preaching the same thing. You ever get antsy when people tell you exactly what you want to hear?
No one's making you stay.
Yeah. I'm just gabbing.
Darkness is a parasite. It burrows its way into your soul and feeds on your most selfish desires. Your every wish, tainted and twisted, as you become the very thing darkness wants you to be. In that world, there is no future for any of us. I have witnessed this firsthand. I refuse to let it happen again. So know this as you step away from the light once more. Inside us all is the strength to control darkness. We need only look inward and remember why we're here. We are humanity's final salvation.
Closing thing about that statement, I said it for. I'll wait and see if Ghost had something to say. I know he will after this. But if you're wondering, like I said, there it is.
Reminds me how different we are. Even if you can control the darkness for good, nothing can change the fact that I was forged in the light. And all of this, well, it goes against who I am. What I am.
To be fair, it's literally the same thing, because guess what? Guardians were also forged in the light. Not in the literal sense like ghosts were, but still. As I was saying though, that last point I was making about the Final Fantasy nonsense, it reminds me of another story. I'll tell you that one in a second. But if you're wondering, as I said, I'm too professional to let my emotions get in the way like that during a raid. So even after Dr. whatever the fuck said what he said and I said my piece, the closing statement being that even after all of that, I still did my part. Like, I just pretty much ignored it. Like, I still called out ads. I still called out when, how to do the magnetism phase. Like, if you're floating, you need to swap sides. Whatever you do, don't float, that kind of thing. So I still did my job. And then at the end, I said basically this. When I was giving my advice, no one said anything. When I do an irrelevant pull, that makes me rude. Okay, whatever. Funny, they keep their mouth shut when you're trying to help them, but then when you do something wrong, they get on your ass about it. And I bet you any amount of money that I don't have, that if it was someone from his party, like a DPS or a healer, that you know rush, like you know them when you see them, those, I bet you any amount of money, he would not have said anything. I guarantee it. But because I'm main tanking throughout the entire raid, because I'm trying to help everyone, because I've made myself a target, he's going to call me out on it. I promise you, if it was anyone else, especially from his own party, he would not say anything. Especially if it was him. So the other funny story, I'm pretty sure I might have told this one before, so I'll keep it brief, is how I don't even really remember this one. All I know is I was tanking, there was another tank who wasn't doing their job right, so I took the aggro, and I was doing what needed to be done, and they kept trying to take it from me. And I obviously know how provoke works, so I kept taking it back. And they try to have an attitude problem with me, saying that I don't know how provoke works, when very clearly I do, since I can take the aggro back and actually do my job correctly. So it's just crap like that that gets on my nerves, like illogical kind of arguments, ones that are based purely off emotion or anti-logic, kind of piss me off, because you really can't win against them. If someone wants to be a complete ass, you really can't debunk it. It's like arguing with a fool. A fool is always right. So you can't really win those arguments even if you're using logic, because they refuse to accept logic. And that's how kind of that one worked. That one wasn't as annoying as the other one, but it did bug me. Because again, I know how provoke works. I literally used it to take provoke from you because you didn't know what you were doing. So very clearly, I know how provoke works. But because I wouldn't let them keep the aggro, they had an attitude problem with me. They couldn't get me any other way, so they just had to make something up. And of course, when they make something up, it's something that is obviously not true. So it's just people being people, I guess, that gets on my nerves. It does get tiring being the nice guy, just to have people step on you all the time. Some days I wonder why I haven't quit yet. But that's really more my problem than your problem. We're not here to talk about that. You're hearing me to show off my expert marksman skills and finish this storyline. And yeah, I see the thing about the Vex, but I'm obviously not going to do that.
Aramis is sending another wide-range
Let me just
transmission.
stop it now.
Judgment Day is upon us, my fellow Elixir. Another foundational pillar of our beautiful society has been knocked down. Praxis, dear friend. Your death at the hands of those puppets will not go unavenged. Soon they will answer for what they've done. I will see to it myself. Rise now, my fellow Elixir. Do not let this scum take more of our sisters, brothers, fathers, and mothers. We are the future of our kind, and we will destroy all who threaten us. Leave no pawn alive.
In case you're wondering, yes, I'm aware of the irony. It's pretty much as soon as it finished deleting, I was like, wait a minute, aren't there Vex as well as Fallen leading up to this point? And of course there is. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure the Fallen that we're here are all Vex now. Like, I'm guaranteed there's a Harpy right there, and then there's a Minotaur upstairs, so I probably could have finished the patrol right now. I told you, man, my ironic luck, or sorry, my Ethonra luck, in truth, they're one and the same. But, man, does it really grate on me at times. You would think I'd be used to it by now, since it happens, like, all my life, but you'd be wrong. Oh well, that shouldn't be a problem much longer anyway. Love how that went right over its head. I can see why the people who play on mouse and keyboard are going to kind of just give up once that change is made. You have to be that pinpoint accurate at times. Like, you've seen it. You've literally seen it. Rocket launchers going through legs. Knives whizzing by people's heads. After having to live with perfect accuracy all their gaming career, it's a little surprised by the thought of losing that breaks their minds. They even had to deal with it like we've had. I do like the melee ice shuriken. I'll readily admit that is, I want to say cool, but I can't help but say things like that and then add unironically at the end of it. I do know they do get a pretty awesome dodge. It's more almost like a teleport, really. I haven't bothered getting it myself, but I have seen it. I don't know. Maybe when I'm really in the mood to hate, I'll try PvP to unlock it. But I know it involves PvP or Crucible or Gambit or something else I really don't care for. I guess my super canceled his grenade, because I definitely don't have that one. Personally, I like the glacial grenade the most, even though I haven't bothered unlocking the other two. I know what they do.
Be careful, Guardian. This is stasis at its most powerful. I won't lie. It scares me. I just don't want to see it turn on you. Its grasp is sinister.
Remember what Ghost said. You know I've been saying that. Keep that in mind. But yeah, I know what the other two do, and I actually prefer this one for strategical reasons. Because this one... Now, as a Titan, you might not care about it as much, but as a Hunter and a Warlock, it definitely has benefit because it creates a ice wall wherever it hits. So if you need... you can either use it offensively, like a grenade is meant to be used, or you could throw it close to a position you want to be covered, and it provides a significant amount of cover, both for strength and duration. So again, a Titan who can throw down a shield won't really need it for that, but a Warlock that can throw down a wall, ice wall, and then throw down their healing rift, that's awesome. Or us Hunters who aren't meant to take blunts of any kind of attack, can just throw it down for a breather.
You will know. Aramis wished to return the Elixni to greatness. Varix wished to follow her, but her anger has made her blind. And it has made Varix see. Aramis cannot save the Elixni, and we cannot save Aramis. We must help the Elixni who wish to flee Aramis. We must give them the second chance she promised. And then the way will be clear for you to end her reign.
Yep, you know the drill. Oh.
Velask, friend.
I'll take that.
What news of Aramis?
Yeah, see, it actually auto-tracked for me. That's why I said last raid, stream. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Why does it not always do it? I don't know. I actually like this little thing called convenience. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of hand-holding, but hand-holding and quality of life is not the same thing. It really isn't. Yeah, I felt that ankle was bad. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it. We all know how my driving
The
skills are.
ziggurat, the crux, the splinters. All the darkness here on Europa. I thought I could stand it, but I had no idea we'd be here for so long. Or that you would keep getting closer and closer to it.
Again, bear that in mind. Let me be careful where I stand to make sure a freaking brig doesn't land on me. Yep, that's exactly what I said. See? No warning. It just happened. Whoops. Sure would be nice to have an ice grenade, huh?
My friend, thank you. Soon the Elixni who still know hope will flee to safety. Izrax, the Light Kel, awaits them. For a Kel, he is young, untested. But my people dare to hope. Yes, the skiff is prepared. Help my allies flee this ruined place, and they will become your allies too. Bring this lesson to Aramis.
I still say wizards, and by extension Taken wizards, are the most annoying enemies in the game. But brigs are definitely a close second to that. Like, they have, first off, they have every element, so no matter what burn they're in, they're going to be able to maximize their damage. But then in addition to that, they don't even get their precision weak point, so they're losing a lot of health. And in addition to that, they become more dangerous. Like, it's extremely easy for a brigand, not brigand, but a brig to kill you. But as long as you have proper cover, some explosive weapons, and a hard-hitting, preferably ranged super, they're not as dangerous as they could be. Oh, and of course, provided they don't land on top of you. I pretty much felt that coming, like a premonition. Kind of like dealing with the Cabal long enough will eventually let you know if there are enemies that spawn in that way. You need to stand somewhere where you know they can't spawn. So that's what I did. Right as he teleported, I think my aim went off because I was aiming at his head. Yeah, I think Aramis uses those as well. But yeah, the Aramis fight, as I mentioned, isn't necessarily hard. Even when I was doing it by myself, and like I told you, they were hard back then. Even her fight wasn't that hard. I don't think I even died because I was being extra careful. The only thing, like I said, you need to worry about is being frozen. And I'm 100% certain if you get frozen in midair over a pit, it's pretty much a death sentence because you cannot break out fast enough to avoid falling into the abyss. So what I try to do is keep my feet on the ground at all times, as best I can, and only really jump pits and whatnot if I'm being swarmed, which is going to happen. Yeah, these guys could one-shot me back in. You saw I had barely any time to react to that. That sniper shot back then would have killed me immediately. Trying to ruin my fun. Bastard. I do hate that about this game. Like, it's a very minor complaint, but I despise when you complete the objective, the enemies linger around, then they screw you over a bit, then they leave. It's not so much like you... It happens sometimes, but not all the time. And I know people who play this game extensively know what I'm talking about. Where you kill the main enemy, but the ads are still there. And the ads could be anything from explosive shanks to snipers to something that kills you. And then after you respawn, and they'll just wander around aimlessly. After you respawn, then they disappear before you get your revenge. I hate that. It is so annoying when that happens. Oh, and by the way, for whatever reason, unlike the beginning... Oh, that's right, you guys probably didn't see that.
Thank you. Soon the Elixni who still know hope will flee to safety. Mizrax, the Light Kel, awaits them. For a Kel, he is young, untested.
So I've heard.
But my people dare to hope, yes.
I'm guessing he's saying that again because the first time some blueberries were doing it and I was also doing it, but since they finished, it played the ending dialogue for them. I was saying, unlike the beginning mission of Beyond Light, you deal with a brig, and there's actually a little marker that appears, and it kind of tricks you because it looks like that. It has a white diamond over it, and it's a blinking marker. So you think, oh, I should probably run up to it and interact.
The better I feel. They deserve safety, away from Aramis.
A victory, yes, but more remain.
And when I find them, they'll all die. Good riddance to traitors like you. Unworthy of my empire.
Aramis, it was never meant to be an empire. It was meant to be home.
Home. Our home was taken from us by your once great machine. There is no home for us while it still lives.
So yeah, it's a marker, and you think, oh, I should run up to this and interact with it. No. Thankfully, I didn't do that. But what happens is, if you run up to it and you wait, it eventually will turn red, and then a brig will immediately drop out of orbit at like 1,000,000 miles an hour and smash into you, destroying your entire forehead.
No, the Vex are already here.
But yeah, again, good dialogue. But the funny thing is, even though she says, you know, Empire, the Fallen, because the way they are now, actually any society, civilization really, needs some form of ruler. And if you keep in mind, Aramis was not like, I'm in control no matter what anyone says. She had a council. She had at least one advisor. So her empire wouldn't have been like an empire with an iron grip. Or at least, not in the tyrannical sense. It wouldn't have been just her. That leads me to believe, like I said, she does have the Fallen best interest at heart, but she's going about it in a very wrathful way. It almost makes you want to see, well, what happened if she had succeeded. Obviously, the Traveler probably would have been killed. I don't know. The Traveler's awake now. It should be able to defend itself like a giant, what's the name of that thing? Hammer of Dawn from the sky. Y'all remember the Hammer of Dawn? What I'm referring to? Yeah, you think the Traveler would be able to do something like that? And as powerful as Aramis is, I sincerely doubt that the dark power of darkness will be enough to prevent her from being emulated, especially since darkness does not have the power to bring you back. Take Endpoint the Fanatic. The Fanatic, though you will probably think he was, he himself actually isn't associated with the darkness. Or I guess maybe he kind of is, but not really, in the sense that the reason why he's immortal is actually because of the Arakarim, the wish-granting dragons. And they are a very peculiar race. Like, even I don't really understand what they're all about, because they seem to be mischievous, but in the deadly kind of sense. Not like Wishmaster kind of deadly, more like they can do whatever they want and they'll just grant wishes when they feel like it. I don't even know if there's a caveat for that. They just do it. Yet at the same time, they kill somewhat wantonly. I don't know. I don't know too much about them. Besides the fact that Shah Han is wearing some bones of one on his armor, which again is not a good idea. And I sincerely doubt that's supposed to be some kind of foreshadowing that something's going to happen to him. I'm fairly certain Bungie just gave him that because of how Hunter-esque it looked. Kind of like that.
You think me insane, don't you, Pawn? One day you'll understand. When your city falls and your people die. When your traveler abandons you.
She makes an interesting point. What will we do if that happens? Funnily enough, Rasputin actually had a contingency plan for that. I hate Rasputin. You want to talk about characters I hate the most? I can't remember what stream it was in. Probably the Warmind stream. But I talk about why and how much I hate Rasputin. That has not changed at all. I still hate him the most. That being said, though, Rasputin did have a contingency plan to keep the Traveler from abandoning us. If the Traveler had attempted to leave, the Warmind Rasputin was going to open fire with every weapon it possessed in order to cripple the Traveler so that it couldn't leave. So that if, say for example, if something was threatening humanity, like the darkness, and the Traveler tried to run again, the Traveler would have to fight now because it can't leave either. So that was kind of his plan, and for the most part, I'm okay with that plan. It's just, I still hate Rasputin. Because in all honesty, that is a good contingency plan. We don't know if the Traveler is going to just straight up leave us. I have faith in the Traveler. It's done right by us so far. Why did it choose humanity over the Fallen? Or why did it choose humanity and not even give the Cabal a chance? I don't know. I really don't. It just did. That being said, who's to say it won't leave just as easily? Again, I doubt it, but...
wrong. About Varix, about Elixni. Varix came to Europa for a second chance. For the right thing. That is strength, not weakness.
Oh, please, Varix. You only came here to hide. Like a coward.
No! Releasing Vex put Elixni lives in danger. Many have already perished. Aramis, you are the real coward!
Silence! I've had enough of you, Varix. I will enjoy watching your skull shatter into pieces.
Okay, so funny thing about that dialogue wasn't that great because, again, I swear I'm not just riding the Aramis train here. She's kind of right. Varix is a coward for what he did. Now, that kind of changes everything that happened. Like, Varix is talking about releasing the Vex while Aramis is talking about him running away. He did run away because he's a coward. He ran away from the Prison of Elders. He didn't take responsibility for killing Cave. He did come here to hide. Or maybe not necessarily to hide here, like specifically didn't come here to hide, but he did run away. So his intention was to hide. Wherever he went before coming here, it was to run away. So, coward. But on the other side, Varix calling her the coward doesn't make sense. It's kind of like a kindergartner argument. I say you stink because you stink. You haven't bathed. You're a child. You don't like baths. Yet, my parents regularly make me bathe, so of course I smell fine. But because I say you stink, even though I smell like spring scented lemons, just because I say you stink, you're gonna say I stink, even though I clearly don't. It's like that kind of argument. You get what I'm saying?
Aramis.
Welcome back. It's time to meet your end.
Might as well open with this.
The darkness was not meant for you! You do not understand this power! I will destroy you, your once great machine, and everyone you care for! Your chains are showing. All that power, wasted serving false gods. Ha! Allow me to help you break free.
Ghost! This is... I can't. I'm sorry.
Ha! Look what I've done for you. No more light. No more dark.
Look within. Focus your power.
How interesting.
The only thing we have to break here is you.
Come then, pawn. Show me what freedom has given you.
There's a little joke I have for
Come
that,
to
but
me, pawn.
the thing that terrifies me so much, like I said, is I believe she has basically every ice power we've seen, or at least that one. That's the most dangerous. Because I think a single one is enough to freeze me. So if I time it wrong and not paying attention and just jump over a pit and get tagged by one of those, it's pretty much game over. Yeah, see, that was a mistake.
I will tear the darkness out from inside you.
Just for a second there, even though we just saw that cutscene,
How dare you get in my way?
I was still under the impression I had my Celestial Nighthawk super. I obviously didn't. That's fine, that's fine. That's why I positioned myself there. Still getting nipped by it though. Thanks to the ice, I didn't get sucked in. Oh, hello. Ah. See what I mean about how obnoxious being frozen is? Okay, Aramis, you get round one.
Come to me, pawn.
Also keep in mind, remember when I said I didn't die to her the first time? So, of course, now that I'm on stream, I die. And it's not even to her, it's from being frozen and then meleeed. Yep, see? I only got hit by one of those. Immediately frozen. And, you know, I was actually trying to make this a bit less spammy, but you know what? You kind of pissed me off, embarrassing me like that, so fine. You want to spam your frozen powers? I'll spam mine. How's that sound? So I was actually wrong. I'm thinking of a different boss that you fight here. It's like the last of Aramis's little supporters.
Special. The darkness is mine! However you do this, it does not matter. I will still tear you apart.
Hey, you brought this on yourself. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure it was you, wasn't it? Yeah.
This power was meant for me and the Elixir, not scum like you.
You know, granted, that actually feels kind of true, because they did get this first. They also got the Traveler first, but they didn't get the Light, but they definitely got Darkness first. So, again, that statement feels kind of true. Still, though, you kind of embarrassed me. I was going to make this cinematic for you, Aramis, but you just had to go and call in your little minions, didn't you? Yeah, lucky you're having some trouble there.
It will not end this way. It can't. What?
It's also funny that I finished her on the middle platform, because in my first try, it was actually on the platform on the far right. Despite the embarrassing death, I do actually have respect for Aramis, some at least, so I won't desecrate her frozen corpse. Still sounds wrong. Anyway, I'm not gonna teabag or anything like that. Let's just get out of here.
You see now. Darkness resides within, beckoning you, as it has many others, across lifetimes. Timelines. Beyond ours lies another world, one pervaded by darkness, where guardians abandoned their light at the call of temptation.
Sounds like Crucible.
In that world, you were no exception.
Now that's a shock.
But here, in this world, light and dark swell within you, side by side, giving you strength. Remember that when you step onto the ziggurat once more. You're there for one reason, and one alone. To fully harness the darkness within you. It's time now. They're expecting you.
Of course, pause it if you need to. I meant to talk to these two first.
You're far from true mastery, but your progress with stasis marks a step forward for our cause. Hopefully your example will encourage others to explore this path. The Vanguard view us three with suspicion. But you they trust. Show them it is not misplaced. Demonstrate how the darkness can be used for good, just as the light has been for evil. This is only the beginning, Guardian. We have much more yet to uncover.
And of course, Eris Morn, the Bay, ever being the sage, she's absolutely right. Barrett, would you please?
Wish to join House Light. The old ones.
That power looks good on you, kid. Real snappy. When the world goes to hell, folks like you and me just keep on going. Still gotta work. Still gotta get paid. Bring those fancy new powers through Gambit sometime, huh?
Well, according to the catalyst, I might not have much choice now, will I? So as I was saying with Ares Morn, she's absolutely right. The light has been used for evil in the past. Not so much now, but definitely in the past. Back when Guardians were called the Risen. So saying darkness is specifically evil and light is specifically good is not necessarily true. Because again, the darkness itself isn't evil, but what it brings about is not exactly good either. Because darkness is all about Darwinism.
I just want you to know, I'm here with you. Through light or dark. We're partners. Always.
Remember that. I thought for sure Ghost would have said the part I'm waiting for him to say. I guess either he's going to say it after this, or it's going to happen when I do that mission fighting in Aramis's arena again. I guess on the bright side, with stasis, I can put this mask back on. I still despise the melee, but I guess I'll just try to keep my distance even more than usual. Oh, that's so lame.
You have taken control of the darkness within and sent Aramis to her end. It's time the truth presented itself to you. I mentioned before, another timeline. My own. There Aramis lived, and the temptation of darkness thrived. It pervaded the minds of the good and preyed on their desires, bringing about a new dark age. I feared these events unavoidable, and though I still do, you've given me cause to hope again. Our fight is far from over. We must prevent that dark future, no matter what. Thanks to you, I stare no longer at a familiar end, only a promising new beginning.
Also, I just realized something. I was wondering why my stream looks so bad on my phone and no one's complaining about it besides virtually no one being here. I completely forgot that for whatever reason, when it comes to streaming, my phone automatically drops it to the absolute lowest quality, which I think is 144p. And I just changed the quality and now everything looks fine. So I don't know, man. I don't know why I don't. Well, I guess I do know why. It's because my focus and attention is divided essentially. But ordinarily, I would notice that. But I think because, like I said, I'm talking, trying to entertain people eventually that show up, that kind of thing, I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying or doing. Because ordinarily, I would have noticed that, especially after the first stream. But, whatever. Let's just move on. Also, might as well point this out. I do love how, depending on what power you have, changes the background. Like when you're using a light subclass. You gotta wait for it. There we go. When you use the light subclass, you actually see like the light shining on you right there. And then when you're using stasis, the darkness subclass, get this blue light. That's cool.
Yes. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Thank you. Goodbye.
Aramis is gone. I can't say I agree with your methods, but you did what had to be done. Europa is a treasure trove of Golden Age knowledge. That knowledge, good and bad, belongs to humanity and must remain out of the hands of our enemies. With their Kell gone, the Fallen will be scattered and disorganized. Frequent targeted strikes will keep them that way. I've made an arrangement with the Awoken. Temporary immunity for Varix while he helps us secure Europa.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sit right with me, after what happened to Cade.
Mm-hmm.
But there are greater threats on our doorstep now.
So see, even the game, as it shouldn't, hasn't forgotten.
Don't let it go to waste. Don't let it go to waste. I am at your service. We must stay in the light. Remember that.
It's no problem.
I was seeing if there was anyone else left to talk to.
Checking right away. Anything for you?
Fenchurch does the exploring. I make the deals.
Oh yeah, I was talking about the shadow price before, wasn't I?
Hi again, Guardian.
No, thank you. Got it.
Sure. Rhythmic physical expressions won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feel...
Checking.
Oh man, that's almost kinda good.
Acknowledged. All done.
Alright, let's go wrap this up, and I think the storyline is more or less finished. Because we still gotta do that one thing I told you about where we're not done dealing with Aramis. Yeah, might as well work on that too.
Sooner or later, we must all face the consequences of our struggle for power. For Aramis, the deep stone crypt provided another grasp at darkness. But firm it was not. Their loss is our gain. For the deepest secrets of Europa are now within our grasp.
Ah, good. Just what I was looking for. Nah, dang it. Those aren't the ones I wanted. I thought they might have been the ones that involved the throwing knife.
Humanity's refuge does not lie in us alone. We must awaken darkness far and wide, teach the masses to use it for good. But first, we must awaken its power fully. There was one whose knowledge of the darkness exceeded even our own. My grandfather, Clovis Bray the First. Elizabeth, he said to me as I woke, born again as an exo. You are going to save the world. What a load of crap. The old man didn't care about saving the world. He only cared about his precious legacy. Still, here's to hoping he was right. Clovis kept most of his secrets in his personal journal, and I know just where we can find it.
This isn't the mission I was talking about. I just wanted to grab this one first because it involves using stasis, so might as well use it. The one we want is from Varix, but I will mark it just so I don't lose it. See what I meant about not paying attention? I got distracted by that voice. I was like, that sounds like Aramis, but that's obviously not her. I believe that's her last follower. Her last one, as far as I know. Well, I guess that's not technically true. She does have one other follower, and that's the one in the raid, Atrax. It's kind of funny. When she said his name in the cutscene, I guarantee you no one paid attention to it. But then when you fight him in the raid, if there's any name you remember from that raid, it will be his.
Aramis is gone. I mourn the loss of an old friend. I celebrate the death of an enemy. The taste is bittersweet.
Tell me about it.
But ideas are stronger than death. I hear whispers of Elixni, who wish to take the mantle that Aramis left behind. There is still work to be done, yes?
Oh yeah, I should probably look into that. I meant to do it before, but it just slipped my mind. Because I figured I don't have that many stasis powers unlocked, so there's no point. But that's not true, because I definitely want to put triple jump on. And I do want my gambler's dodge. And those are the two I can't change right now. And I have no aspects. Alright, that's better. And in case you're wondering, nah, can't bring my sparrow out here. I guess that's supposed to be House Salvation. It kind of looks like either House of Wolves or House of Devils. The emblems kind of blend together after a while. Yeah, that's definitely House Salvation, because that's been the marker for those. That was my mistake. That was an excellent chance to do that, but I just went do what you do best mode and forgot. Give me 1 second. Got a message here. Alright, sorry about that.
Good to have you back, Guardian. The Fallen are producing advanced weaponry on Europa to improve their military strength throughout the system. Our goal is to sabotage their efforts however we can. We'll start by taking out a critical manufacturing plant.
Now I know the right way is to obviously go over there. But I wanted to see if that way was open. Unfortunately, it isn't. Nah, it's just not the same without the knife.
Barracks will be advising you on this mission. He has specialized knowledge of the facility.
It is well guarded, not only by Aramis's Elixni. Vex incursions threaten Europa. Aside through those who still whisper Aramis's name.
Perhaps we can use that to our advantage.
Granted, that grenade is harder to use.
You will encounter many locks here. Verix offers you his keys. They are old. The teeth must fit this new lock.
Do you really think your old access codes will work? Maybe there's another way.
There is no other way.
All right. Just between you and me, I'm really tired of hacking security systems.
I don't blame him for that. It's easy for us not to care because we literally never do. The closest thing we probably do to hacking is just standing in a circle till it hits 100%. But as I was saying, that grenade is harder to use, but I feel the trade-off is fine when it comes to using it for a wall. And if the situation calls for a different grenade, then I'll just change it up. But if I want to be defensive, I'll definitely keep this one on. Plus, it's very satisfying. The sound the glacier makes when it freezes is pleasing to the ear. Speaking of which... decided I should go ahead and do that before I lose it. Little quick tip, by the way, in addition to using the Ace of Spades, I would also recommend that you... Oh, geometry almost screwed me over there. I'd also recommend that you put on hand cannon reloader mods for your gauntlets. You don't really need to, especially if you're using Ace the way you're supposed to, which is going for headshots. Granted, you should do that with 99% of the weapons in this game anyway, but for Ace of Spades particularly, something else I forgot that it does. I forgot about this. Man, I told you, this gun is literally the perfect hand cannon. It has Outlaw built into it, meaning if you kill something with a precision hit, you can reload the gun faster. But anyway, the reason why you would want hand cannon gauntlets, speed loaders, whatever, anyway, is because not only does it speed up the Outlaw reload anyway, obviously there's going to be times where you kill an enemy and don't get the Outlaw reload because it wasn't precision hit. And then there are times where you're fighting enemies that just straight up don't have a precision weak point, period. Like, speak of the devil, I was going to say Shanks, they gave me Exploder Shanks. But yeah, point made. I was going to melee him, but I had a overwhelming premonition that an Exploder Shank was going to come flying up the stairs. So yeah, that was the Outlaw plus Speed Reloader mod kicking in.
Doors locked down.
My key or failure.
I still don't see why this would work. But if I have to hack this thing, I will.
I don't know what Varix is going on about. It's not like Aramis is a complete dumbass. If Varix have keys to this place, she's obviously going to change them. I really don't know what he was on about. Oh, you think you're cute just because you still got a knife? You better hope I don't get my hands on you. In fact, I might just save you for last if that wasn't you back there. Or back there. You all kind of look alike after a while, don't you? Oh, my cheek started to itch there. Thanks to these headphones. Oh, was that? I have a break thanks to this glacial grenade, so I wasn't getting shot too bad? Oh, how about that? Just for fun, I should probably throw one in there just to keep the enemies from spawning. That makes me wonder, how will that work exactly? Because you absolutely can throw them into spawn zones, not just doors. Or throw them to block off spawn zones, I should say. So I wonder, will it just straight up stop them, or will the game, because it's trying to force them out,
big surprise there,
actually like push them into the glacier grenade and cause damage?
I'm picking up a volatile energy signature on the other side of the room. A power core, I think. Let's get a little more proactive here.
Barely had a chance to do what I wanted to do. I'll try to save the melee charges because I know there's going to be a much bigger room we're going to have to deal with as a bunch of ads, so I might as well save up 2 charges for them. Now let me try to remember how to do this, because sometimes you either have to run up to it or you have to throw it. I think this one is a throw. Yeah. Oh, and I missed. That's fine, because I remember one time I was here, I swear I tried to throw it and it didn't work. So it just kind of blew me up. I don't remember if I died or not. Probably, all things considering. But I swear I pressed the throw button and nothing happened. My character just held it. There I'm thinking of a different instance.
That was very titan of you, Ghost.
We've been through a lot lately. I'd say we're learning to do things our own way.
Oh, right. So, as I was saying, in addition to just getting an overall faster reload, I think this is how it works. I mean, it makes sense to me, but maybe it's not programmed that way. But the way my little logic works is if you have Memento Mori ready to... Excuse me. Try to fight off a yawn. If you have Memento Mori ready to go, and you don't have speed reload on, there's a chance... Like, you see sometimes when I kill something, I might wait a second or two before I actually reload. Well, if your reload is slower than normal, then you're going to lose that window to get the Memento Mori reload. That window is much larger and less likely to be missed if you're using speed reloaders because you reload faster. So your time spent reloading is shorter, so the chances of losing Memento Mori are lessened. That's kind of how my logic works anyway. Again, I'm not the best player, but when it comes to thinking up things like that, I think I'm alright. At least a B+. Yeah, why not? Oh, right. I forgot. Oh man, that annoys me so much. You guys just don't know. Oh, this is kind of neat. Yeah, so let me go back and get the other one. I kind of thought these things were supposed to wake up and I was supposed to kill them. I don't know if there's a brig I have to... Well, there definitely is. There absolutely is. I just thought it was one of these. Yes, yes, I know. It really... Speaking of things that piss me off, I hate being shot by wire rifles. I don't know if it's because of the animation, like the way it jostles your character. There's something about it that I just find that ticks me off when I get shot by one. Makes me angry, which makes me make nearly fatal mistakes, like jumping into the void. I can still hear one trying to shoot me. Yep, I see it. Perfect. Whoops. That never gets old. When that first happened, I thought we were literally hacking it to be on our side, not hacking it to self-destruct, but whatever. It gets results. Also, I'm wrong again. This is not the mission. There's at least 1 or 2 left. So I guess we'll finish those off.
Wow, the Fallen really built this place up. And another computer terminal.
You must not blow it up. You will disrupt too much.
Fine, fine. Let me have a look.
Yeah, see, that almost tricked me. I'm not going to say why, but it almost did. It should be obvious just for the fact I let that slip. Did that because of the ice. I'm almost certain it did, because it doesn't do that attack unless you're right on top of it, and I'm obviously not, so I'm guessing it did that because of the ice. That's interesting. And here it goes. Yeah. I do like this little song though. And yes, I fought this thing under the light level as well. I think it took me 2 tries, because I got it to its, oh, you can hit my vulnerable spot now, but it was blasting with that cannon, and I just could not get away from it. Especially when the ads are distracting you. And then there's that. Keep that move in mind too. Whenever he jukes like that, he'll always follow up by shooting Void Blast. Let's see if I can bait him into doing that into a rocket launcher. Yep. Now I just gotta defend this life. Or rather this point, that my life depends on it. Because it kinda does. That is an extremely powerful move. It's actually worse than the spider tanks, and it's not just because he spams it.
Factory is powering down.
Well done, Guardian. This will go a long way in gaining us a foothold on Europa. but we should hit them again as soon as possible. Take advantage of the Vex presence here.
Just give the word, Commander. We'll be ready.
I'm sorry, but why did this not count anymore? Was my shuriken throws not my stasis melee, or is it really that stupid punch? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Whatever. Thankfully, we're still not done, so it's not like I have to give up on it just yet. Oh, hey, Justin. Yep, sure am. We are close to finishing, though. I think there's 1 or 2 missions left. Thanks for that text, by the way. You helped me remember I can't be losing track of time. It's 11:59 p.m. right now.
Perhaps I have an answer.
The aftermath. I still... No, there's definitely 2 left. Don't stay up too late. You won't miss anything, I promise.
I do not remember the tune, only the words. The suns have set, the day is done. The pink gives way to gray. Yeah.
1 second, got another text. Of course, all hell is breaking loose. Yep, that's very nice. Alright, that'll do for now. Oh, you dare. Oh, okay, that one counts, but the other 13 I did don't. And of course that one hits the railing. Alright. We were just staring at it. Yep. I wish you had stayed there. Now, where was I? That reminds me, I probably should change something. I typically run with these two. I'm definitely keeping this on, This not so much, especially since I'm using the grenade more like a wall than an actual grenade. Yeah, because if I get class ability faster, I can get my grenade faster. But I don't have enough room, so I guess I gotta hold off on it. Thanks to this. It used to be Great Bomber, but I guess they took it out because having two of these, Great Bomber or whatever it was called, together, made it so it was very easy, especially for hunters, to get their grenades fast. Another one they took out of the game that also kind of pisses me off, being a hunter that likes hand cannons, is they took out hand cannon targeting. But that's Bungie. They think the way to fix something is to nerf it. Not balance, there's a difference, but to nerf it. Make sure I'm still going the right way. Okay, yeah, that's so very helpful. Alright, let's just see what happens. This should be the correct way. Yeah, good. We are going the right way. I kind of figured we were, but I wanted confirmation on my map, and it did literally nothing. Oh, that reminds me. I noticed this earlier, but I forgot to say it. I don't know, because the mic is starting to pinch my head, but I might throw in one run of the new seasonal, I guess it's technically an event going on. One area in particular actually requires you to have a stasis key to open it, and I honestly don't know if that's ordinarily there or if that's there because of the event. I'm guessing it was ordinarily there, but I really don't know. Yeah, I thought that should count. Strikes with stasis, targets affected by stasis. Yeah, that's very easy. I'll do all those in my spare time because I know the very next, maybe not the very next, but later it's going to want me to do Gambit or Crucible or something, and I guess I will, begrudgingly. Let me try to remember how to do this. Let me keep going down. I know that sounds illogical, but that is Destiny we're talking about. The fastest way to go up is to go down. Kind of like in the Super Mario movie, where the fastest way to get to where you're going, when you need to go right, is to actually go left. But no, I figured because that part is still locked out. And our handy dandy map is not telling me anything. Let me go back to that pipe room. I don't remember how to get here. I've done it before, but I don't remember. Yeah, I didn't think so. Let me try going. I wonder how long he was waiting. Yeah, well, I'll be danged. It is a penguin. Look at that. Right there. See the face, the beak, and the eyes? I don't know what this is. Here's a penguin souvenir, whatever that means. I honestly don't know if I've ever had that before or not. Okay, good. We get to go higher. So yeah, there it is. I just went the wrong way.
Aramis unleashed chaos on her own city.
Lucky for us, the Vex will further destabilize them. We just need to land the killing blow. See where the Fallen stand now that the Vex are at their door. Find the cracks in their defenses.
You got it, boss. Kind of hoping that hit a bit more than just once, like it would ricochet inside its shields and just hit it 2 or 3, 4, 5 times. Also, I don't know if I've ever bothered to show it before. Almost certainly I have, though. It is 100% possible to do finishers. Matter of fact, I feel like I have. I feel like I've explained this before, unless I was talking to Blue again. You can absolutely do finishers on explosive enemies. What happens will be you just...
Vex thought this place would be the new home of Elixir. Rees reborn. But these Vex will churn it to dust.
You'll just swat it away, and it'll fly a few feet before exploding like it normally would. It has some tactical use, but it's extremely niche, so it's better for you to just kill them ordinarily, unless you just want to be funny. first time I did this, I had killed everything before putting in the orbs. I believe they won't disappear unless you die, I guess. It kind of sucks to be you right about now, doesn't it? I guess he doesn't do repeat performances. He didn't even try to dodge that one. Where do these things... Oh, not done yet. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. I think they can only be put in specific ones. That's why it's telling me to come over here. Nope, I was wrong. I was just a little bit off. I thought it was telling me, hey, you need to pick up this orb and put it in this machine. It's the only way. But no, just wasn't paying attention.
Commander, the Fallen are holding their ground against the Vex better than we expected.
Perhaps someone has risen to replace Aramis.
I think you may be right. Get deeper in the city. Find out who it is.
Not sure what that Fallen thought it was going to accomplish with that maneuver. Maybe it mistook its wire rifle for the auger and resistance too. You bastard, you nearly fucked me up. I would have loved to have given him a more grisly death than that, but,
Machine spawn. Did you believe you could break our Kel so easily? She has merely transformed, and she will rise again.
See? Is that, well, more than that, but it's lines like that specifically that made me think Aramis was going to come back. And, again, as far as I know, so far she hasn't. Then again, I think this one is just wrong. I don't remember, but it feels like it's alluding to she's going to come back as a fallen exo in the raid, but I can personally tell you that's not the case. I need to move. I think there's going to be a fallen walker that kind of just splats in. If only I was a little taller. It's not even as satisfying as the Titan Punch. Man, what were they thinking? Oh, you want to hide in your little cubby hole, do you? That's for making me come to you.
Elixni still flee from this city. Some for house light, some for dusk.
See what I mean?
Perhaps they flee from Cridis.
Remember earlier I was talking about how when you do that, the nightfall, things like that could happen. If this was the nightfall, I guarantee you that would have killed me. Just showed up. I had no idea that thing was even there.
But there's no sign of Cridis. She got away.
We can't let Cridis rebuild the fallen forces here. She slipped under our radar once already. Work with Varix on this, Guardian. He has insider knowledge.
We'll get it done, Commander.
And yeah, I kind of thought so, but I wasn't sure. I have not been paying attention to this, because again, I've done it all before, so I'm not as focused as I should be. But yeah, House Salvation, very clearly, their emblem color is white. The spider tank confirmed it for me, because, again, I swear devils are supposed to be red, so I don't know what purple was on about, but white is definitely theirs. Makes sense, because Europa, snow, white. Don't mind me. Of course, the one time I actually do want him to drone on, he says nothing. This says 1 out of 4. You know how I feel about that. Because I'm still waiting for Ghost to say the line I'm waiting on, and he has not said it.
Elixni come again to drill for Glimmer, and so comes your chance to disrupt them, Guardian.
I think these are the Fallen I'm supposed to kill anyway, so that does work out for me.
We share the same enemies, yes? Kill them, and Varix will be
For the record, I couldn't finish that one. Some of the enemies you just can't finish. The game won't let you. I don't know why. I think that's some crap. Outside of bosses, every enemy should be able to be finished. I'll be honest, it was very tempting to just super all of them, but I was waiting. I missed a bit. I was waiting for that to appear. And of course his stupid self walked into it. See? He is finishable. Wasn't that scrawny vandal now? That was also very satisfying to do. Once they're frozen in the wall and then you shatter them. I mean, the Titan Behemoth's super is pretty much based around doing exactly that. I'm just doing this as best I can. Clear up some space. There we go. Thought I saw something down there. Oh, okay, this one I think is not as bad as I thought. When it said skiff evacuated, I think I know what that part is. This shouldn't take me like an hour, like some of these missions tend to do. Let me actually return to orbit real quick, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get into it. Oh, I'm sorry I missed your text, Just. I don't know if I missed a notification or if it just didn't pop up, but yeah, it is the weekend, but sleep is still important. Trust me, being the chronic insomniac that I am, I know what I'm talking about. Sleep is very important. Would that the dreams could last forever.
House light. Guard their departure. Barracks will be grateful.
Poor guy. Nah, this is one of those. Wasn't quite sure which one it was at first. I mean, I guess that made it kind of obvious, but still. Yeah, you see? He killed it before I destroyed it, so it doesn't count. But at the same time, let me try to secure this. You can play at that game. Good. Looks like you don't have to destroy all of them. Not sure what the required number is, but it's not all, so that's good. I like how, by the way, my mission was, well, never mind. That doesn't quite work, because technically they're the ones that are right, even though I wish they weren't. Because I could have swore earlier when doing this mission, just doing one of those machines
This moon holds
would free a skiff.
Secrets your enemies wish to steal. Kill them before they can do so. Yes.
Not the case now. Again, it's possible I'm wrong. Kind of went on autopilot mode when that started. but it seems like it only needed one to let the ship go, and I was releasing 3 ships as opposed to 3 different consoles to release 1 ship, but whatever. Don't worry, when I'm doing my Final Fantasy live stream, I promise to pay more attention since it'll all be new to me. Yep, that's why I checked. I thought I grabbed these. Oh yeah, and here's a great example of the, now this is a whiteout. It probably doesn't look like it, but if I let go of my Sparrow, this happens. That's not me. That's the blizzard. And if I jump off of it, yep, there it goes. Thankfully, your character is not affected by that, besides not being able to see. Because I would imagine it is really annoying to get blown about when you're trying to make precision jumps. Or worse, if you're a warlock, or rely on momentum. This Wayfinder. Not exactly top of the line. I mean, I know I'm not paying attention, but it's not that bad, is it? Great. You want to have a sniper battle? Sure, let's go. My rocket sniper against your arc sniper. Oh, look at that. Yeah, Dastard tried to run away. Not this time. There, it's out of here.
Skiff evacuated. Send word to Mithrax. Your friends are on their way.
The Light Kell awaits. Barracks hopes he will welcome them.
Know why my dumb tornado decided to go mess with some harmless falling that didn't have a bead on me, as opposed to the brig. Oh, I do know why. Because unlike my handy dandy sharpshooter, his super isn't that reliable. It's good for crowd control, but that doesn't mean too much when the crowd is all over the place and you want one specific thing dead. On the bright side, I believe we're almost done. Still waiting for Ghost to give that one line so I can finally give my commentary on that. Hopefully he'll say it after this mission. If he doesn't, then I'm just going to play Destiny regularly until he says it, and then I guess I'll just upload it and talk about it in Final Fantasy XIV.
Aramis wished to destroy gods, but Kritis simply chose another. She craves not power, but meaning, and she seeks it in darkness.
Yeah, because I'm not going to stay up till like 5 o'clock in the morning running Europa stuff just for Ghost to give one line that I've been waiting all stream for him to say, and by all rights he should have said once we dealt with Aramis. You'll see what I mean when we get there. See, Hawk Moon would have had a little bit of trouble with that.
My people, your Kel sleeps, but she is not dead. The darkness brings another gift, the means to rouse her from her slumber.
Rouse her? That cannot be.
Aramis Kel has not left you. Aramis Kel has just begun. Aramis Kel will return in a storm of blood and ice.
Makes me wonder if her name really is Aramis Kel, or if it's just supposed to be a combination of Aramis and Kel. Because if that's the case, she's even more special than I thought, because as far as I know, in all of Destiny lore, from the beginning till now, no other Kel has been addressed by name than Kel. It's always just the name. Or say, for example, so-and-so of house whatever, or Kel of house whatever. It's never been something like Skolas Kel. But either way, the more important thing she said was, as you see, she's alluding to Aramis not being dead. And then again, going back to the prepare the body line, you can't help but think that, but you'd be wrong. Because Destiny thinks it's clever by pulling an M. Night Shyamalan kind of twist on you with who the actual boss of the Deep Stone Crypt is. That's enough out of you. Perfect. I was planning to do that anyway. There it goes again. Doing whatever it wants. It actually could have finished off the brig if that stayed there, killed him, and then moved on. That Fallen is such a disgrace, being killed by that weak noodle spaghetti punch.
In her slumber, Aramis Kell seeks greater knowledge from the darkness. She pledges herself to its mysteries. She journeys through its glorious depths. And she will return not as Kell, but as a god.
Yeah, so with that line right there, something I forgot to mention is when Blue and I talked about it, is we came to the conclusion like, okay, maybe it's not Aramis. This is before we found out who it actually was. And I was like, okay, I'll meet you halfway and say it's not Aramis. But there's two things I can guarantee. It's definitely going to be a Fallen Exo. There's technically two, actually. Well, I'm not sure if the Fallen Mercenary counts as one or not, because for a long time he's already been half machine. So I think he technically does not count. So I guess you could say I was wrong. As a matter of fact, now I think about it, I actually think they're... Okay, so, Atrax. It just dawned on me, because I only fought him once, and I was thinking back to what he looks like in the cutscene, and then what he looks like in the raid. It's actually even worse than I thought. Not only is the Fallen Mercenary not an Exo, I think. Again, couldn't get a good look at him, but I think he isn't. But Atrax actually becomes a Fallen Exo. He's known as like Atrax 1, because he's... So yeah, he becomes the Exo, but I mean, that's cool, but why would you leave so many M&Ms in a trail that says not only is Aramis coming back, but she's going to be the Fallen Exo? I really wanted it to be her. But yeah, it just dawned on me. So I guess not only is she not coming back as an Exo, she's not involved in that at all.
The darkness sends visions of Aramis Kell. It names me her escort out of the deep. Back to you, her people, her faithful.
Yeah, that was before I knew their
Critter
names.
Speaks true. If she has found a way to bring Aramis Kell, to bring Aramis back to life.
We're not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, that was before I knew their names, but it just dawned on me that Atrax did not look like that in the raid, so was preparing the body for him? That's kind of lame. She could have just as easily told him to go prepare the Deep Stone Crypt or get into position, and then next time we see him, he's an Exo, and it's like, ah. But then when you say something like prepare the body, and then all of this, man, what a waste. What a bloody waste. Another thing about Kendrix, or whatever her name is, I don't think she's spouting a lot of crap. I still want to believe Aramis is going to come back some kind of way. Unfortunately, it's not the way that should have been. That would have been really, really epic, but Bungie, so. That being said, I think, though, she is just kind of crazy. Because once she's dead, I think the whole Aramis coming back thing dies with her. As far as I've seen. Because we move on to Cabal. Like, she's not even an afterthought at this point. Like, no one mentions her at all once we get to the Cabal and whatnot, so... That one was surprisingly squishy. Oh, how about that? The captain can be finished, but not that weak vandal. I will say one disadvantage to this grenade is I believe it doesn't work on enemies that float. So I think if I hit the servitor with it, either it will put ice crystals on it, or it'll just bounce off it relatively harmlessly. Let's see. Yep, just kind of bounces off. I think that ice pillar that exploded might have hurt him though. So the arena looks kind of cooler now. Again, no pun intended.
Welcome, spawn of the traitor machine. Have you come to witness the rise of a god?
Nah, you ain't getting me with that again. That doesn't feel so good, does it? Yeah, I think her main thing is pretty much just spitting those out. So I guess every time she does that, I'm going to change platforms, because the last thing I want is to get surrounded or hit in midair. I think this one is, you got to, yeah, break the servitors. Nice. That was such awkward timing. That rocket launcher either did no damage at all or a lot, because it immediately put her back in her shield. See how annoying that is? This is just in PvE, so you can imagine. Again, I'm not that intelligent, I'll really admit that, but I do have this amazing, unique trait called common sense. Don't let the name fool you, it's really not that common. But with that said, if stasis is like this in PvE, it really, really makes me wonder how the PvPers thought this was like, again, no pun intended, but like the coolest power ever. Because obviously, if you got things like this going around in PvE, as hectic as it already is, should have saw it coming. You really, really should have. Oh yeah, speaking of which. Oh yeah, that did all the damage. I'm gonna have to move here in a second. I'm gonna go for it. Should have kept one rocket just to finish her off quickly.
She's down, Barracks. It's over. That's all of them. All of Aramis's lieutenants. Her entire council.
The reign of the Kell of Darkness is ended. Thanks to the Guardian. But in death, Aramis becomes myth. Immortal. Her legacy will go on. New champions will rise in her name. We must stay always vigilant.
That was pretty fun. Normally, I don't get like that, but that finisher actually did make me laugh. Obviously, it wasn't a finisher, but you know what I mean. Just that ice shuriken to the head made her whole body just twist and disappear. That was funny. I might actually go back and watch this stream just for that part. Oh, and by the way, that was an example of how I said I was trying to make the fight against Aramis more dramatic. I don't know how I would have finished it, but it would have been more entertaining. But she had to go and piss me off, so I just got it over with and killed her.
The Elixni say, from the dust of old Kell rises a new one. Always. Cridus will not be the last. This dark power will draw more. The Elixni will fracture. Form new houses, new ambitions. Come to Varix. Know what Varix knows. Together, we will stand vigil on Europa. There is always another fight.
Alright, that's going to be it for now. I'll do the rest on my own time. Ghost, unfortunately, did not give the line I wanted him to, so I'm just going to play around in my spare time a bit to see if he'll eventually say it. And if he doesn't, I'll just come back and tell you what it was, because I honestly don't know what triggers it. He should have said it after we defeated Aramis. It would have been the most appropriate time for him to have said it, but he didn't. So I don't know what's going on there. This stream was actually pretty nice. Not just because I had fun besides the one death or whatever, but it was nice. For a few moments there, it actually made me forget about my troubles. That being said, I'll try to linger here for as long as I can. Thank you all for tuning in, and I'll see you around.
Do not underestimate a scribe.
Yes,
what
thanks
I
for
know,
that, Varix.
I will share.